Yo, Safe, how's it going? Big ups, welcome to more Aquaboy development. It's all happening today, that's for sure. I've got lots to do and I've got lots of time to do it, so let's get tucked in. Shout out to King Julius Peanut, welcome. Shout outs to you. We're pretty much there now with the electricity stuff that we were working on the other day. There's just a tiny little issue that needs resolving still, and a few basic features of the wires themselves, but I'm hoping, I believe that we'll get that done today, and then we will be able to move on to how the wires interact with water, which is actually going to be a bit of, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare, if I'm honest. So that's kind of like the main event. That's like our meat and potatoes for today, is can we get that going? Now we have the Miro here, and I'm just on this bit here, but we want to get to wires and water, which is like a transition between this sort of power bit and the kind of adding more features to the water. Pipes, drains and taps, they're going to be so quick and easy is my prediction. These, you know, if we get this bit done today and this bit done today, we'll definitely get those, because those won't take long at all at the end there. And then we'll just have like a week to work on the welding mechanic, which I think is more than enough time. So I think I'm on track for getting all of these things implemented in a month. I think we are kind of on track for that. So that's good. That is good. CPR, can. C-Parkin. How are you? Thanks for joining us. Big up yourself. Happy Wednesday. So this is it. Pick upable wire ends. And we're kind of halfway through working on it. And what I'm trying to do is properly disconnect the wires. And it's not quite working how I wanted. So there's the wire, which does work. Lovely. And I can attach it, which works lovely. And this all works. I can then... Oh, that didn't work. Oh, because I keep changing the structure. It's because I've changed that structure there. Plug A is the child of segment underneath there now. Wait, that'll do that. Perfect. I suppose with all the collision shapes visible, it's maybe a little bit hard to see what's going on, so we'll just turn those off just so I can show off where we're at. Here we are. Save Pete, how you doing? So this is all good. No problems there. And actually now, disconnecting and reconnecting wires I used to have a problem with. Ignore those red balls for now, I'll explain those later. But we don't have a problem now. We can connect there, disconnect, connect with the other half we already had, disconnect that. All the connections and disconnectings are working now. Because there was just one bug that I had going, which was if you connected one cable and then disconnected that end and then connected the other end you originally had, that didn't work. That's fixed. All these red dots are me making an attempt to show a plug on the end of a cable. It's just a red dot for now, but the idea is that that would be the interactable part of the end of the cable that we could then pick up. And so I'm working on these attach, and which this attach pin function I've never used. I wrote it and I haven't used it yet. It will be for when the player is picking up. Yeah, so okay, so there's a distinction here. So when I'm talking about attaching and detaching pins here, I'm not talking about whether it's plugged into a socket or not. That's separate, and that's dealt with at the wire level here. Whether we're plugged into something or not, whether it's powered, whether the player's holding the wire or not, which way round the polarity is, where the stuff's sending and receiving to. All that stuff's handled by the wire. But the wire simulation, which is just the script for the rendering of the thing and making it wiggle around like a wire. This attach and detach pin in here is about whether or not the ends of the wires are attached to static bodies or not. Yes, Stefano, how are you? The wiring's going good, man. We fixed the problem we had the other day. I was just showing, I'll show you quickly. There was the one, the issue we had the other day is resolved now. These just properly connect. They're lovely. I can't make them glitch out. I can disconnect things. Ignore the balls. Ignore the red and green balls for now. But yeah, it's all working as you'd expect. And we can even attach the other end and then detach that as well. All these things work. What we can't do is pick up the ends that have dropped on the floor, and that's what we're working on now. But yes, if we look at the way the wire simulation scene is set up, we have two pins. These are static bodies, and they are not the wire segments. They get moved around separately, but by default, this wire segment, the first wire segment is, we look at its joint, attached to pin A. Now, static bodies are a physics object that never move unless you move them around with code. They're like a solid thing. So what that means is we can attach our wire to something that we can then move around in code, and that pulls the wire around where we want it to go. So when the player is holding one end of the wire, or when it's plugged into a socket, we're using the pins, because the socket is not moving, so we just move pin A to right over the socket, and the wire segment is attached to pin A. Pin A isn't moving, therefore that end of the wire doesn't move, it's attached, yeah? Similarly with the player, we have the other end of the wire attached to pin B, and pin B we just move around with code. When the player moves, pin B moves. And that means that the cable moves around with the player. And all these other joints here are being simulated with physics, but the joint at the end there and the joint at the end there, they're just pinned to objects that are moving around in code, or in this case, not moving at all. Right. So that's what these attach and detach pin functions are designed to do, is to pair and unpair the wire segment here and wire segment there with their respective pins. Now, we haven't had to do that yet, because up until this point, everything was either in the player's hand or it was plugged in. But now we can unplug things, they drop down. So that's fine, we can unpin it. Our detaching pin function is kind of working. It's working in fact, no. I don't think this part is properly yet. What is working is unplug. Oh yes, see, there we go. We are using detach pin here. So we are removing, yes, so in WireSim, so detach pin is being called when the wire's unplugged. And it's working to an extent, because when we move the pin from, so basically this, you know, the pin A and pin B have been given indexes. So pin A is 0, pin 1 is 1 when we feed it in here. Pin B is 1. What did I say? Pin A is 0, pin B is 1. That's what I meant to say. I'm not sure what I said. So, what's going on? What are these plugs? Well, inside, this is what I'm playing with. When I first started, plug A and plug B were up here. And basically, the idea is to replace pin A and pin B with plug A and plug B, which are not static bodies, they're rigid bodies, i.e. they are affected by gravity and physics and things like that. So at the moment, the most recent thing I tried was having them as children of the segments. This guy has an extra node in place, this base position, because up here we want to pin it to the top of the wire piece, the wire segment piece. But in the case of 10, we want it pinned to the bottom end of it. So we just have this base position node which just moves around with the segment and just basically tracks the other end for us. So we don't have to do it in maths. We don't have to say, well, what angle is the segment facing? Okay, well, if it was here, then you know the position we want is actually here. We can just put this node here, and that node's position is always where we want it. So would it be easy to have the plugs as physics objects all the time and just turn off physics when needed? Yeah, yes, quite possibly, yeah. There's a strong argument for that. And then we don't have to attach and detach them. The ends of the wires can always have rigid bodies on the end, but we just freeze them from the physics simulation at that point. The thing I'm unsure about is how these joints interact. Like, if a joint is attached to a rigid body, but the rigid body is frozen, is that the same as it being a static body, or does like the joint disconnect if it's connected to something that's frozen? We kind of need to do a few tests like that. But yeah, at the moment it's just not working, and I think one of the problems is that my wire segment, like tree architecture, whatever you call it, hierarchy, actually is a bit stupid. Like, I've got the joint, the wire segment, like the parent node of the joint, and then the actual rigid body, which is the segment, which is the thing that's kind of the physics object, should probably just be the parent of this scene, should be that, and the joint should be a child of the segment. This hierarchy doesn't make a lot of sense because the segment is moving around. And what surprises me about it is that it works, actually, when you think about it. Like, look at this. If I put the collision shapes on, then when I create a wire, all of the joints, these yellow crosses are all the joints. And they just stay where I spawned it in. They're not moving around with the segments because they aren't partnered to the segment. But somehow they are still working. They're still keeping those two objects connected at the spot they were originally at. So the joints are like working, and the kind of the position that the joints are impacting is moving around, but the joints themselves don't. So it surprises me that this works, you know? that the joint manages to stay in effect at these areas along the cable when they're not actually moving with it. It's quite interesting. Do they have a max length? What you mean, my segments or my wires? At the moment, the wires are fixed length of 10 segments. For now, at least. That seemed as good a way of just testing it out as any. I was thinking about making a system that would be like a spool or something, so as you walk away, the wire gets longer, and like you're unraveling it as you walk around. I think that's probably unnecessarily complicated, and just having maybe a few fixed lengths. We could have some short ones, some longer ones, and we just leave them lying around in the level. I like the idea of the player not having an inventory for these things. You can just carry a maximum of one around with you at any time. But you're never required to do that. We just, in any room where there's a puzzle to solve with wires, we just have the wires on the floor, or we have them hanging out of a plug. You know, we could just have, you know, a wire like this. You walk into a room and it's just hanging out of a plug but not connected to anything, so you come and pick up the other end, and, you know, that's just going to be a lot easier in the long run. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, but it is surprising that this works as it is, and I guess it's fine. There's no need to restructure this wire segment piece necessarily, because the wire sims will set up with them like that as well. It does feel like the thing that I want to do is change pin A and pin B to rigid bodies, and change the logic here so that we're always attached to pin A and pin B, but we just turn them, we just like have them be rigid bodies, and we freeze the physics simulation like you suggested, Pete. That would be cool. Now that I'm doing this multi-streaming thing, I do kind of want to get the chat thing going, where like I have a little chat window on the stream itself. So then you guys, and then we can put the combined chat in there and everyone can see it. That would be cool. But anyway, Pete, you're saying no inventory sounds good to me. More of a scavenger, make good type effect. Yeah, I think so. And I guess we could still have some slightly interesting things, like where you're required to carry a cable from one room into the next. But sometimes those kind of puzzles can be very cruel. We don't, and I have a habit of making sort of games that are so hard that they're mean. Right, but I mean, the reason I think the problem that we're having is to do with these things being static. So these balls, I tried to then make the plugs actually be children of the segments they relate to, but they still just spawn in the wrong place. Like, turn off this. Like, if I unplug here, that one spawns in the right place but doesn't move with it, which I don't understand why. And on this end, what happens is it spawns in on the wrong place but does seem to move with it. It looks like it spawned in the right place, but then like they're not linked properly. It looks like that distance is the distance between the origin and I don't know. It's doing weird things. But yeah, Pete, I think your suggestion is the one. So we're going to do that now. We're going to delete plug A. And we're going to delete plug B. And I suppose, therefore, we can delete base position 2. We don't need it. What we need to do is, in our wiresim scene here, we should look at these guys. I think it should be a circle instead. In both cases. And just, this looks really weird. I have this, just to explain what's going on, I have the scene set up with these 10 wire segments going back and forth. The wire segments don't collide with each other, so they can just exist on top of each other, piled up, kind of like a concertina. It's like going, this bit's connected to here, it's connected to here, is connected to here, is connected to here, like that. So the start and the end is both up here. If you think we've got the top end of segment 1 here, bottom end of segment 1 here, which means the top end of segment 2 is there, top end of segment 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, top end of 10 is here, so the bottom end of 10 is there. So yes. The only risk I see is if you have other small solid objects in the levels, the wire will end up phasing through. Yeah, so the wires at the moment are colliding with, let's have a look in here, in this segment. They are on their own, they're on their own layer called wires, and nothing collides with wires, but wires do collide with, on their mask level, the world and objects. So it means that wires can't go through and round, and well, they can't go through objects. But the objects themselves aren't going to be colliding with them. So the objects will exert a force on the wires, but the wires won't exert any forces on the world or on objects. And because they're on layer 7, the wire level themselves, I don't think anything else will collide with them unless we specifically ask it to. I'm hoping that will be all right, and I think the pins the pins at the moment aren't on any collision layer, but now they will have to be on. I guess we put them on 7. As long as they only collide with thick walls and floors, I think it'll be okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, you mean like if I'm running around and stretching the cables over a corner, for example, then they might just clip through. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think these need to have the same collisions. As the wires themselves do now. The static bodies before had no collisions. They were just there to lock onto. Okay. That said, I find things actually can misbehave quite a bit when you change type. But let's see if we can get away with changing type here. But if things don't work, we might rebuild it with ones that haven't gone through the change type process. I think hopefully rigid bodies and static bodies inherit all the same stuff. So I think it should be okay to do a change type on that. Now, deactivation. Let's start them frozen. Freeze mode static, I think, is what we want. I presume when they're frozen, rotation is locked anyway. Must be. Now let's look at the script here. Okay. So because they're still called pin, all the references should still be fine. I mean, I suppose let's just see if it works now. It all just works the same. Apart from when we try to detach things now, because we're looking for paths for things that don't exist. These plugs, for example. And so we just have to rewrite. So all we need is a reference to the pins. The plugs don't exist anymore. I don't think we need to reference wire segment 10 anymore either. Yeah, I just hacked these things, freezing them at the beginning in. And it's kind of why it's like a concertina. If you look when we first... Oh yeah, hold on, I need to fix everything now. Wait, bear with me. All of these can go too, I'm pretty sure. We just... Yeah, I'm almost certain everything here in this needs rewriting, so I think we can just, it just doesn't matter, we'll just put pass into these. It's just like a totally new system that we're going to try and work out here. But it does seem like the good news here is that a frozen rigid body acts exactly like a static body. And I guess it makes sense because, yeah, they don't fall off anymore. But if that makes sense, because when you look at deactivation mode is static, which static body freeze mode. It just turns it into a static body, right? Perfect. Just deleted a load of code from pin B. Yeah, I just deleted all the variables I was declaring up here that I didn't need anymore. I deleted all of these because we need to rewrite them because we're just using a different system now. So when we detach a pin, what we're actually doing, if the pin index is 0, then oh wait, no, what am I doing? We do still have references to pin A up here. What we say is like pin A dot freeze is false, or if it's that pin B. Just thinking, if you disconnect a wire and you're not holding one, should it go to holding the cable rather than it drop into the floor? Yes, potentially. Potentially. That's probably like a playtesting thing, isn't it? Where we just see what players naturally expect and want to happen. And we can try both and see if either confuses people. I would hope neither would confuse people. Because it's just like one more click, right? It's still quite consistent to just walk up to a plug, press once, it falls on the floor, press against, you pick it up. One of the things that's also been occurring to me though as well is that we'll probably need a system to cycle through the interactable objects that are near you. Because if a cable end falls on the floor and there's a button above it or a socket above it, it's going to be quite tricky to if the system is always whichever object you're closest to is the one you're going to interact with, then you're having to fine-tune your movement to get the sweet spot. And it might be nice to just have a button to cycle through interactable objects, and then you press interact to pick the one that you're doing. And then as soon as you move, it defaults back to the closest one. But while you're still, you've got this button you can press to cycle through them. That was a thought that was coming to me while I was drifting off to sleep last night. But I think this is all we need to do to detach pins. Is we just start making them simulate physics again. Let's see if that works. Yeah, it just drops to the floor, and it's acting like it's got a big circle on the end. Oh, that's a point. We can't see the circles. Let's add those in. So this guy wants a polygon. And we'll call it temp pin or something. Should be fine. I'd say we just put interactable objects further apart. Yeah, but this is the thing, we can't control that. If the player's picking up the objects and moving them around, and the cables, when a cable falls out of it, when you pick a cable up out of a socket and it falls to the floor, well, then it's going to be directly below the thing. It might be interesting if you have to be empty-handed to interact with cables. Yeah, potentially. We could just make sockets only interactable if you're holding cable. Oh yeah, they're only interactable if you're holding cable or there's a cable plugged in for you to unplug. But if you're not holding a cable and the socket is empty, then it's not interactable, and that would ensure we were always able to pick up cables off the floor next to sockets. And the other thing is you could pick up the other end of the cable and drag it away. But yeah, anyway, I mean, all this stuff is playtesting. This is why we just need to get the mechanics in and build some levels, because then exactly how we tweak the exact delivery of the mechanics to the player is open to interpretation, isn't it? So what I did last time was 1, 2, 3. This is like a different shaped circle though. And that's about right, isn't it? Have I done that symmetrical? I think so. That'll do. Copy that and paste it onto that guy. So now they both have a temp pin. And then let's get rid of that and throw in that and that. So now when we change the color of the cable, the pins go as well. And we want to start them red. Okay. Make the sandbox first and then the castle. Yes. That's it. That's a good way of putting it. Okay, cool. So we have our ends now. Yeah, that's nice. And yeah, they work properly now. Okay, great. Okay, this is perfect. So now we need to be able to pick them up and plug them back in. So attach pin definitely freezes the thing again. And I guess that's it, because set pin is what we use to move them around. So I do actually think that might be it. But what we need to do now is write a function to call this. Like we need to actually, yeah, we need to actually call this guy. So okay. So what we need now is for the wire sim. We can close up those, I think, and declare this sort of working nicely now. We want to add to pin A and pin B some interactable areas. So the way we did that is with the area on layer 5. That's it. So put an area there. Or I wonder though if we just can put it on layer 5 here. I think we should be able to. Unless the player is like colliding with those or something. No, the player has an interaction area. Yeah. Yeah. This is fine. I think we can just do that. I think we can just put these onto layer 5 and then that will work. Now, because it's interactable, like the switch, we have to do this. Modulating to red isn't really going to work. Is it? But anything that is an interactable object needs these. So how does the player do this again? Oh, right, it's all set up to check for areas. Okay, well let's just be consistent with how we were doing it before. This isn't too much for pain, but it just saves me having to add more functions to the player script, and it is a better system in general to be able to add interactable areas to any type of object rather than the object itself being the thing. So yeah, we should just stick to the system we've already started using. And that's a circle, and it's that big, and this guy has the same thing. And this is going to be on layer 5, and that one's going to be on layer 5. It was layer 5, wasn't it? It's layer 5 interactions, yeah. And that collider is going to be a circle. Okay. And then we add the parent. So we're going to be adding pin A or pin B, these rigid bodies themselves, to the list of interactable objects. So pin A and pin B actually need to probably have scripts on them, with the focus on and focus off on. Yeah. So we'll call it wire pin, and they can both use the same script. So we'll attach wire pin to pin B as well. Not a new one, no. Load the script. Wire pin. Okay, so both got wire pin on them, and they'll have this. I guess we'll modulate them to blue. Will that turn them black though, because they are only blue? Let's modulate them to like a color that has some red in it, like purple. We should be able to see that modulation on it, I would guess, but it's not sprite either. Okay. It also needs an interaction type, which we'll call wire. It's all just stopped working. Well, how have I broken it? I know, it's because as soon as I spawn in the wire, you can see that one's the one that's on me is a different color. That is the closest interactable object to me right now, so I can't interact with anything else because it's just dominating. So they need to only be interactable when they're unpinned. So in order to not interact with them, they need to have a function for interactable on and interactable off, and they need to by default be not interactable, which means this area so monitorable should be off on both of these areas by default. And then to turn it on, we'd have that to be true, we'd have that to be false. I was going to say, with small objects in physics, it might be useful to have a label somewhere in the UI that tells you you are pointing / close to X object. Yeah. Yes. In the long run, we won't just be modulating colors to see where the focus is. There'll be some much nicer way of letting the player know that information for sure. Yeah, for now it's okay, but in the long run, what would be really great is if these functions could maybe exist in some kind of class that they all inherit. It's difficult though because in this case it's a rigid body. In the case of the switch, it's just a node. But anyway, but maybe the focus on and focus off could be in the area. Anyway, we'd have to work. We'll get across that bridge when we come to it. Does this just work as it is now? But now that we've defaulted them to be not monitorable, yeah, it's back to working. Yeah. Okay, great. So now we just need to be able to turn these things on and off when so I've got pin A and pin B there, that's fine. So when we detach a pin, then pin A interactable on, right? And here it would be pin B interactable on, and then they're not interactable down here when they get reattached. Instead, yes, composition instead of inheritance, they all have an X. Yes, okay, perfect. That's how it would be. We'd probably, I think it's this area, isn't it? It's the interaction area. What we could do is make a scene, or at least just a script. If I suppose every interaction area could just have the same script on it, and then focus on and focus off function calls. Just look at the area and tell that what to do or something. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. That's like one for when we're sort of actually making the game look pretty. But this should work now. We're doing that. So when they are interactable, what is that interaction? Is the next step. But if I put that and drop it on the floor now, and then drag it somewhere where we can make it hopefully our closest. Oh, you know what? Maybe our interaction box doesn't touch the floor. Yeah. Boop. Okay. Confused. T-Rex arms. Why? Why not? Mm-hmm. Oh. That one's getting something happening, but this one isn't. I think when something goes from being not monitorable to monitorable, that counts as it entering the area. I think it does, but maybe not. But why did one work and not the other? That just implies I've missed like pressing A or B somewhere. A, B, B, A, B, B. What? I guess it doesn't need to be monitoring either. But it doesn't need to be monitorable at some point. And clearly it is becoming monitorable, yeah, because we were actually able to interact with that end. But why only one end? Being not monitorable means the game can't detect it. Yeah, so it means that the player won't see it as interactable with. The player's interaction area won't fire signals when yes, is it the first or second? So if I plug in to this side first, and then this side, then I detach that one and come over here, That one works. If I detach this one, come over here. That one does, although it's hard to tell. And I can't move it now. If I plug in this side first, and detach that side, then it's that one. So it's always the second side that works, and the first one that doesn't. Yeah, that immediately, yeah, okay, weird. Something about how they're created. Yeah, so it's not to do with which way the power's flowing, because I can do it like this, where the second one is at the sending end, and it works. I can do it this way, and it's that one that works, which is the receiving end. So yes, it's the order that I actually place them in. Really weird. Yeah, A and yay B, yeah. Are you missing a node from one end? They're both just the same, just pin A, pin B like that. They are identical in structure inside. Just like make sure I'm not going mad. Pin A, pin A, pin B, pin B. Pin A, and pin B, pin B. Pin B has a joint. Pin B area. Where? Not down in that. Because that just changes the color of the cable, which I think is working on everything, right? If I plug it in and then turn it on, the whole thing's going green. Yes, that's working. Ah, that'd be why. There it is. Hold on a sec. Wait, 2 seconds. Okay, yo. Right. Well spotted, Stefano. It must be to do with this, right? It should just be that. Sorry. That. Because both the pins, we don't need to go get the parent, get pin B, do that. We can just, yeah. Yeah, there we go. That'll be why. That'll be why. But I do have to leave the area and come back. So that is annoying. But now both sides do work. There's a separate problem, which we do have to leave the area and come back. So instead of using monitorable, what if it, by default it's not on the layer? What if it's always monitorable? But set collision layer value, layer number. Given a layer number between 1 and 32, yeah, so it would just be 5. So set collision layer value 5 true for interactable on, and then for interactable off 5 false. Now does that count as entering and exiting instead of turning monitorable on and off? Does that actually mean that something's entered the area? Seems like it doesn't. Right now it just doesn't work at all. That's nice. That one does, and that one doesn't. What? Oh, because I didn't turn that one to be off by default. Monitorable wasn't turned on that one, which would be the which would actually, it's the monitorable not having been turned back on. That would be the problem. There we go. It works straight away now. Yeah, that worked. Having the layers be controlled on and off, that worked. Okay. So when something goes from being monitorable on and off, when it's inside an area, it's still inside that area even if it isn't monitorable. But if it's not on that layer and then it joins that layer, that counts as entering the area. Good to know. So now we need to actually create this wire interaction type for the player here, which for now will make the players only able to do it when they're idle. I think interacting with sockets is something you should only be able to do when you're idle. Like, you need to stop moving to plug something into the wall, right? You can't do that while running or jumping. However, I think picking up a cable end you should be able to do when you're running or jumping or, whatever. There must be some function to tell Godot to check current intersections. Yes. I think you can. The way I'm doing it is my player is tracking when they enter and exit. But I think you could. Okay, you can't do it with signals. I think that's the thing, is you can't do it with signals. But what you would do, you just regularly check. I think that's why it's better to do it like this, because we're only checking when things enter and exit rather than doing it like every frame or whatnot. Because there'd have to be a certain regularity with which you were checking whether things were there or not. But I think there's like functions for like get colliding. Like if we look at area 2D, get overlapping bodies, get overlapping areas. We can get a list of them all. Yeah, so you could do it like that, can you? You could basically say whenever you unplug something, run a function where you get the overlapping areas and check that against the entry and exit data you have and kind of just update it one time. But the solution we've got works, so that's fine. So here's where we're kind of handling all the players' interactions that they can start while they're in their idle state. And this is it's quite long now. This is the physics process of the idle state. And it's really complicated because even though the idle state isn't doing anything, you're kind of able to move to lots and lots of different states from idle. So anyway, this is where we handle interactions. We're saying like if the interactions list has something in it, if the one that you're closest to is a held interaction type, well then don't wait until it's been pressed. We've got this 15 frame timer or something where we then enter a state that requires you to hold a button down. But if that first interactable object is not a held type, then we can look for action being just pressed. And if it is just pressed, then these things can happen. So if it's a wire, then player grab wire. Now we should only, I guess let's use pickup wire because we use pickup for item. But also we don't want to be able to do this all the time. We only want to be able to do this when we're not already holding one. Or do we just say, well, if you are already holding a wire, then you drop that one and you pick up the other end? Yeah, that probably makes more sense. What would also be good is if this pickup wire function, if we could feed it into use socket. So in certain scenarios, if you try to use a socket and there's a wire already in the socket, we actually run pickup wire. And pickup wire basically says, are you holding a wire? If you are, drop it and then pick up the wire. That makes sense? I think that makes sense to me. Just about. So that's fine. Does that run? Yeah, if wire's not null, then update your wire position all the time. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's put pickup wire here. Whoops. And we want to check first if we've got a wire. So if wire doesn't equal null, then we're holding a wire, which means that one needs to be dropped. I'm actually going to make a new function called drop wire because I think we also want to be able to drop the wire. If you're holding a wire and there's no interactable objects around you and you press the action button, you should just drop it. That's intuitive. So it's kind of like down here, it's like else or elif. If you're holding a wire. In fact, it would be the else of this. When the interactions list is of length 0, when there's no interactions available, if you're holding a wire, drop it. Should a player be able to hold a box and a wire simultaneously? If not, then they could have a generic hand variable for everything. For now, I've decided that the wires are separate, that you don't require a free hand, that you kind of like attach it to your belt or something. So when you when you're holding a cable, you can still like climb on things and stuff. But when you are holding a box, whoops. When you're holding a box, you can you can create some other bugs, but you can't. You see, you can't climb while holding a box or use your hands. But you could, in theory, have a wire and then pick up a box. For now, that's a decision I've made. I mean, we could change that later. Again, that's like a playtesting thing. What the players want when they start playing levels. I think we just kind of have to arbitrarily pick some things to get things working, right? So okay, so then the wire in our inventory would be interactions list 0, except it wouldn't be. Because it's actually the wire itself. When we instantiate a wire, it's this thing. That's the node that we hold in this wire variable in the player script. So when we collide with this interactable area, what we're actually putting into our interactions list is pin A or pin B. So it's get parent twice. And that will be that's the pin A or pin B. That's the wire simulation. That's the wire. Boom. So then we've now replaced the one that was in our inventory with the new one, which means that then when we are running update wire position the whole time, it's going to be happening. The wire needs to know which end the player is holding, which right now is always defaulting to 0. Which would be pin A. But when we pick one up, we should set which end we're holding before we start updating the wire position here. Which hopefully just doing it in here will mean that always does happen before. So we'll say wire dot player held equals 0 or 1, right? Respectively. There's going to be an if statement here. Exactly what that if statement is. We want to test if this is pin A or pin B. Please stop interacting with your pin A. I like it. Oh yeah, I want to put this onto charge. Hold on. My phone finished. Yeah. Okay. Right. Gradually turn the screen black. Very good. So I think what we want to do is we want to say, if it's pin A, then player wire held is 0 still, but otherwise it needs to be 1. So name. Do you just call it name? I picked up the wrong end. Oh god, now there's all sorts of chaos. So this bit didn't work. I think we're like, I don't think this worked. And so it would just swap it to 1. So pin A's on that side, pin B's on this side. Okay, so we got it, but the wire didn't reattach. Yeah, that's fine. We haven't done that yet. But that did work that time because it swapped to 1. But if we do it this way round and try and pick up pin A, we're going to get pin B again, which means this is working, but it's not catching that. Like, we're managing to actually change it to 1 before we start moving things around. So this is working, but we're not successfully identifying pin A. So how else could we do it? Let's make it a variable, like an export variable in the pin thing here, like this. Okay, and then this one is 0, and then we set that one to 1. Okay, now they both have that bit of data differentiating them. We can come back into the player, and instead of saying its name, we just say, we don't need an if at all. We just set it to the pin index. Oh, we don't need that get parent there. Yeah. It's just, yep. Very good. And to check that it works if we pick up the second one. Yep. Very good. So we need to tell the wire sim to attach that pin back to its, and that's on wire sim. So that is the layer above. So interactions list 0, get parent once, and then attach pin. And then in pin index, we want to feed that number again. Fucking works, man. Oh, I picked up both sides. That doesn't work. Okay. How did I do that though? Surely I'm not allowed to pick up one. Oh, it's because drop wire is pass. It's because we can't drop wires yet. Okay, cool. But I'm pretty sure I did just successfully, did I not? Set up a cable. It works that way around. Now let's swap which ends it's connected to. So we disconnect that guy and we pick it up and we pop it on the floor. Oh, we can't pop it on the floor, but we can unplug that one and then try and drag that away a bit. So now we can interact with that and plug that end into there, pick up this end and plug it into there. Yeah, cool. So that all works, and all we need to do now is be able to drop wires. So to drop a wire, we say wire dot wire sim, I think, detach pin. Which then does that. And we just need to know which pin to detach by looking at player held. Because whatever wire player held is currently set to, that's the edge of the cable that we're holding. I think that'll be it. That seemed to work, didn't it? Okay, it's working. So I guess there's that question, Pete, like you suggested, is it better when holding a cable and you come over to this one and there's something already plugged in? I mean, let's do this properly. If I just move this over here. This is so hard. This is what I mean about them being the nearest one. We kind of need, but look, I can make a second cable come into play here. Now, one to unplug. Yeah, it's a little bit nightmarish, right? Because I've got to drag this guy over here. Oh, and I can't just drop them whenever I want. I should be able to drop them whenever I want. I do actually think if you're holding a cable, though, and you go up to a plug, it is just clearer. Or what if you're not holding a cable and you go up to plug to unplug it? I think it's just clearer if unplugging always drops it to the floor, personally. Maybe not, though. Maybe if you've got a bare hand. You need to be able to drop them, definitely. Which is easy, because we have drop wire here. We just need to give the player the ability to do so. Which I think happens only when the interaction list is 0. So if the interaction list is greater than 0, then you can check for all these types of interactions. But if there are no interactions, and if the player.wire does not equal null and the action's been pressed, then drop the wire. Durpo wire. Drew wire. Just replaced one spelling mistake with another. Aha. What? Why? I pick it back up there. It's pretty good. D to the double OG. D to the double OG. The player presumably... I think if you're empty-handed, you should pick up the cable. Okay. The player presumably wants the cable, otherwise they wouldn't press it. Having them to pick it up would be annoying, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, stretching the cables is a whole nother thing. Just want to get them working like first, and then yeah, we need to mess around with the physics of them. I think the easiest thing will be once the cable is under enough pressure that we just run drop cable. We'll automatically will force this function to run when the cable is being stretched beyond its reasonable, limits. But why, when I dropped the cable, when I detached the pin, what am I missing? So the wire is unplugged. Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. It's because we need to set wire to null here. So the player actually knows, because right now the wire knows it's not being held, but the player doesn't know that it's not holding it anymore. That's it. That's all there is to it. Oh, whoops, I was too close to that socket there. There we go. We just dropped it on the floor and just pick it back up again. Just drop it. Okay, so yes, so the scenario here, if the player comes over to this It shouldn't just drop to the floor. We're empty-handed. We want to pick that one up. I agree. Let's add that in, and then I think it's working every way we want it to. Then we add in the drop wire for when you get too far away, and it would tick, tick, like tick, 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 tick. Finished. Finito. That'll be that done, and that'll be this whole thing done. And then wires and water, I've moved into this water category just to make me feel like I'm finishing a category, even though really this one is kind of like it's sort of both of these things. I'm probably more there here. I've moved it to here. It just feels nicer that way. Okay, we're nearly there. So if sockets plugged in is not null, then unplug what's there. So is it just competing areas now? No, so it is always what's closest. So we have this sort interaction distances and update interactions list order. And we can also turn the focus off on all interactable objects while we are holding something, you know. Yeah, no worries. I haven't shown you this yet, but it's always highlighting the closest of all the interactable objects within our interaction area. I wonder if we need something more sophisticated than that, though, where the player has some agency in choosing, or maybe it's something like the area is always in front of you, so you just have a bit more fine control over where you're pointing what you want to interact with. Playtesting. That will come from playtesting. I'm just thinking it's not trivial. What we need to do is we need to go through the used socket approach. Let's draw this. So the moment we're saying, I think I drew it already. Player interacts with socket. If there's already a wire in it, the wire is unplugged. If it's an empty socket and the player's not holding a wire, add a new wire. That's also probably going to change. Use the area for eligibility in a specific point close to the front for sorting. Yeah, so we're looking at distance from the middle of the player. But maybe we could look at the distance from like slightly in front of the player. I think we should have the player yanked off his feet if he runs beyond his stretch. I think that would be classy. Will it work from the ceiling rungs, as in plug in from a ladder or wall hang? At the moment, only idle. So that's another thing we need to go through and like add any of these other things that we want to be able to do. Idle, but I think holding the wire when you're climbing is fine, but I don't think you should be able to plug things in when you're climbing necessarily. You could drop it maybe, but not plug it into things. I don't know. We can mess about with it a bit more, but this actually needs some updating. If the player's not holding a wire, then I think I think do nothing, because we actually, like we said, we don't want the player to have an inventory where they can produce wires out of nowhere. So do nothing. If the player's holding a wire, add the held wire to the empty socket. If there's already a wire in the socket, oh, it's funny the way it bends like that. Let's be normal. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. If there's already a wire there and you're not holding a wire, then pick up wire. But if you're already holding one, then unplug wire. Do we swap them at that point? Be normal. I feel like I say it to my kids all the time when they're like going crazy if we're like out and about or something in like, you know, a restaurant or whatever. It's like, guys, be normal. Oh, funny. Right. So is it unplug or is it swap here? Oh, we just got a new follower. Thank you very much, Tomika Brother 75. Thank you, much appreciated. Swapping wires would be cool. Take one out and start holding the other one. Might eliminate a few proximity detection problems. Yeah. So should we go for this then? Should we go for swap? You plug in the one that you're holding and you... swap, I think, is more QOL, quality of life. Yeah, that's right. I know what words mean. So this is what we really, this is the logic now that we want to have in here. Because at the moment, what this is the old flowchart that I showed you at the start. And this is, yeah, this is that old flowchart, and now we need to make the new one. I think we will leave that for now. For debugging purposes, we will allow the player to just, here, do nothing will be slash make new wire in debug mode or something, yeah. And then basically all we have to do is just put pass in there. Later on we can just get rid of all that and just put pass in. Game designers, we know the lingo. Yeah, we know the lingo. That's how much we know it. Okay. If there's something plugged into the socket, we unplug that thing. And then we have to pick it immediately up. I don't think this is going to be trivial, because if we look at how we've made picking up, we pick things up by putting them in our interaction list. Does the socket have a record of what wires plugged into it? Plugged in is a node 2D. Yeah, okay, so there's the wire. So what we can do is we can say wire equals socket plugged in. So now the player knows that that's the wire that it's... That's not a function. No, this is crazy because the player might actually be holding a cable already. So if the socket has something plugged into it, we actually still need to split to holding or not holding. So we need this if wire equals null thing again. Else. Yeah, that kind of gives us our 4 outcomes. Jokes. I definitely need to get the combined chat working somehow on in the stream itself. I might work on that tonight to have a little stream overlay so we can see Twitch and YouTube chat combined. I think that's kind of important now that I'm doing this. Right. Anyway, so this is going well. We've made lots of progress already. Only an hour and 45. It's only 1:15 in the afternoon. I've got at least 3 more hours. At least 3 more hours. Right, so let's crack on. You'll jump in Twitch later. Okay, jokes. The order in which we do all these things is going to be pretty complicated. So let's start with the simplest cases. If you're not holding a wire and there's something plugged in, then we just unplug it. We want to pick it up too. Oh yeah, we want to pick it up too. Oh my god. None of these are simple cases. This one's nice and simple. If there's nothing in the socket and you're holding a wire, you plug it in. That one's actually finished. This one's also finished because it's either going to be nothing or it's going to be that. So it's only these two. Okay, fine. So if there's something plugged in and you're not holding one, then you just need to pick that thing up. Safe. So now we've got Stefano in both chats. / listless onion shout outs. Double shout outs. Jokes. Okay. So we don't have a wire, so there's no harm in just setting the wire to where it is right now, right? Then I think we'll probably end up copying this stuff into here because it's slightly different logic, isn't it, than just picking one up off of the floor. This is all about picking them off of the floor. The problem is that we need to do this. We need to do the socket interactions too, and the socket interactions have built into them, I think, unplug. We unplug the wire. This here. All of this stuff needs to happen, and then the plug-in function needs to happen for the next wire. So because we need to do those things in the right order, it makes sense to make a bit of a sacrifice here and treat it separately to picking them up off of the floor. Because this is all about what we're doing with wires when we're interacting with sockets specifically. These are for when there's no socket involved. So if our wire's null, then the wire that we are unplugging becomes our wire. that we're holding. We need to know which end of it we are holding. Which is hard. Keep track of these use cases, split them into separate functions. Yeah. Deciding when to split something into its own function is like an art form, right? There's like so many different ways of breaking it all up. So we say that's the wire that we're going to be holding. We unplug it. And then I think, yeah, it's these three things that we need to do. So then we need to do versions of these two things. And then we can unplug it from its socket. So we need to know which end of the wire we're holding. Which means we need to know which end of the wire is plugged into the socket. And then we need to attach pin. No, but the pin will be detached when it's unplugged. So actually that part needs to happen after the unplugging. Because the detached pin will be there. And then we'll reattach it here. So we need to know from the socket which end of the cable is plugged into it. Okay, so because the wires, it's a bit complicated, because the wires have a send and a receive end, the way we're keeping track of which end is which is with this bool of, is pin A the one that's doing the sending or not? So what we need to do is we need to look at the relationship between the cable and the socket, and then look at which end is the send end, and then we'll know. I think it's going to be similar to these kinds of if statements here, right? If the sockets send node target is the wire's receive node, Is that right? Yeah, if the socket's send node is targeting the wire, then it means the end that's plugged in is the receiving end. Else the end that's plugged in is the send end. So then if wire pin A is send, then it would be 0. Else it would be 1. And if pin A is the send here, then it would be like that. This is quite messy. This could be its own function, like inside the socket, to just return what end of a plug is plugged into it as well. So there's all sorts of things like this I know we could be doing. But anyway, for now, let's just make it work. I think this isn't too unwieldy yet at all. The way that I've done my state machine is ensuring that. These are in this player script. This is only the functions that can happen between states. It's kind of like a layer, like a top layer of things that the player can do. It doesn't matter what state you're in. These things can just happen at different times. And then there's all the actual movement behavior is in the separate state scripts. So that's kind of helping to keep everything a little bit more organized here. And so it's just this. Then we unplug it, and then that. So this should mean now we can pick something up directly out of a socket. I hope. Nope, it just crashes. Oh, I never finished this line of code here. This is still just copied from somewhere else. We want to attach pin again. So that's why we should create a little variable here. Wire pin index. Like that, which will go here, 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 and here, and there. Took me 5 years to learn to engineer, 15 to learn to not over-engineer. Yeah, it's just a constant compromise, I suppose, isn't it? Oh, there's no equals there. What am I doing? So I'll go unplug, and then attach pin is on the wire sim itself, isn't it? Yeah, so wire sim, attach pin, wire pin index, like that. Okay, this should be it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, brilliant. The fact that like it is so quick to work with the systems that I'm building does make me think I'm kind of starting to understand this stuff. Like I've structured this wire stuff in such a way that it's so modular that once one little element's working, it's just fucking working, and I can like do other, like build new features into it, and on top of those working elements, like pretty simple. So that is like kind of messy, this logic here. That could be a little script. on the socket. But I don't foresee us, I mean, I think it's fine for now. I think it's fine. And I don't foresee us having to reuse this code anywhere else. He says. So what if, oh, except we're going to reuse it right here. Okay, fuck it. I'm making this into a little function so that it can just be one line instead of three. So what we want to do is we want to make, like, ideally what we want is we want to go like socket. We want to say wire pin index equals socket dot get wire pin index. Yeah, and then let's make this function in the socket it's gonna be all of this shit. And then why doesn't any of that make sense? Oh, it's just because I don't have these. Yeah, so the socket is the thing. Wire in this script is called plugged in. Yeah. And just return one. Or return 0. Does that still work? Yeah. Sick. Cool. Cool, man. Cool, 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 cool. So now what to do if you're already holding a cable when you go to unplug the thing. If we're doing swapping of cables, I need to be able to swap the two ends of the same wire. I don't see why anybody would want to do that, but I also think that the system should work. You mean to, like, one end is plugged in, you're holding the other end of that same cable and you want to unplug that end and plug that one in. That achieves nothing, like, from the player's point of view. It doesn't matter. It would be intuitive to show the player how these interactions work if that happens when you do that, rather than nothing happening, I suppose, so that they understand if they're holding the end of a different wire, that they can make those swaps. But I think the way we've built it, because we're going to unplug it and then plug it back in, I think it should be fine. I think this should work. It should just do that automatically. It's true that it would achieve nothing, but like I said, I think for clarity for the player to understand how the mechanics work, we want it to do that for, like, consistency's sake in terms of how it behaves. And I think, like I say, because of the way I built it, I think it will work like that. So we're holding a wire already. That's the difference, is we can't immediately just set wire to what's there, because we have something in our hands that we need to plug in first. So what we need like a storage container. You know what I mean? We need, like, temporary storage for the wire in the meantime. We need to have the wire that we're holding. We need to take the one that's plugged in. We need to unplug that and save that in some other variable somewhere else. Then we need to plug this one in, and then we need to take that one and pick it back up again. So we'll call it swapping wire, and it'll be null as well. And so what we'll do, very similar to what we've done in here, but the one that's plugged in will be set into swapping wire first. Then we get the pin index of the one that's the swapping one. Yeah, because the one that's plugged into the socket is swapping wire. So then swapping wire pin index is the one that's in the socket there. And the swapping wires held thing will be that index. Then we unplug it. Then that. The false is whether the player is currently holding the other end of the cable or not, which is a variable that's only needed for this case where the player instantiates the wire, which is not going to actually happen in the main game. So that variable is just part of this debug process anyway. But what we do is we plug in the one we're storing in wire. Once we've unplugged that one, we plug in the one we're storing in wire. Then instead of wire being null, which is what would normally happen after we plug something in, wire becomes swapping wire. And then swapping wire becomes null. And then the wire that's in our hands gets attached with swapping wire pin index. If this works, it didn't work. The one that one just got locked in place for some reason, so that's probably gonna be really fucking hard to debug. It seemed like it was there. It seemed like it was actually there. Yeah, look, it's like it's just in the wrong position, but it's connected. But it just didn't update its position. I find it hard to understand why that is. It's the one that we're plugging in. It's this one here. It's because it never has a chance to... Wait, let's look at socket plugin. Is that true? That would achieve nothing. Interesting idea. Could we have the player connect two wires together? Yes, through water would be my argument for that. imagine that they're both like normal plugs, like both ends of the cable is male, so cables can't plug into one another, but they can be dangled into water, and we pass the current along like that, right? We are planning to do that already, so I think that's enough. Like any puzzles where we want the player to work out, oh, I need to connect two wires together, they can do that through the water, I think. Could have a female to female junction box. Easy to do. We just have sockets. We just put two sockets right next to each other and have one of them connect, one of them send to the other's receive. Literally, that is a female to female junction box. I could build that in the level in 2 seconds. Like if we just take one socket and have this one send node and take this one's receive node and throw that in there. Boom. Now anything plugged into there, any power that is plugged into this will be sent to that one to be pulled out of. So yeah, that's done. There, we can do that already, which is pretty cool. But we don't want that right now. There we go. Reset that. So yeah, that's good. But what I need to do is find out where the set pin is. So when we go to socket and we go to plug in, then the wire gets plugged in. And when we go to wire, plug in, wire sim set pin, player held socket. Yeah, so why isn't this happening? Player held is the wrong number maybe on that one at that point. Has player held been changed already? No, plug in wire. Player held should be accurate from when we first picked up the wire anyway. Oh, I can't tell what's happening, actually. Yes, I can. The one that's being unplugged is being successfully unplugged and moved into our body. Like, watch it. And then its cable is the one that's wriggling there. So as I walk away, it's the wriggling one that follows me. The one that should have been plugged in is plugged in, but it just hasn't updated its position. So it's in this. It's here. That. Or that. So we got two Yo2s there. Or did we get a Yo2 the first time? So we get Yo when you plug it in there. Yo2 when we plug it in there. Yo when we plug it in there. Yo2 when we plug it in there, because that's just about the polarity, I guess, of which way it's going in. Okay, so then when we do a swap, we should expect to see a Yo2, and we do. Set pin. So the pin index must be wrong, because the position can't be wrong. The socket.global position just must be right. So sending the socket, sending itself in there. So player held must be wrong at that time. Because if it attempted to set the pin on the wrong, on the one that the player's actually currently holding. So player held is the end, is which end of the cable is it? I have to test something here. Does it work if it's two different cables? Oh, it does. It just works perfectly if it's two different cables. So it's only the case where it's another end of the same cable where it doesn't work. Yeah, for sure, right? You can see that. I'm holding the end of the one that's plugged in on this side at the moment. I come over here, I swap them. And now I'm holding the end of the one that's not plugged in, and that's plugged in. And this is, yeah. So it works perfectly with two separate cables. What doesn't work is swapping the end of one cable for the other end of the same cable. That's where the problem is. Which means it is about the player held thing not being swapped, which we can probably just swap it here, because we set the player held value for the new wire that we are going to be picking up. Before we unplug it. Well, that should be right then. Oh no, it's the... Is it the plugging in that I'm having problems with? What about if the cable's already been on the floor and it wasn't one that we just created? Like, what if I just... I can't like drop it on the floor now. There we go. Can I? Yes. Okay. So now that thing's been entirely dropped on the floor, it's like a fresh cable. What happens if I plug it in, pick up the other end, do the swap? We get the same glitch. Yeah, I do want to plug in wire. That is right. I'm going to plug in the one I'm holding. But the will it swap the end that aren't plugged in, as in two loose ends next to each other? I think I know what you mean. So if I was to do this, drop this on the floor, pick up that one, and then come over here. Yeah, those swap fine. That's no problem. But that's because we're updating the position of the new one we're holding every single frame. Whereas with this, it's like we update it once and it has to lock right in. And if it doesn't lock right in straight away, then it's just locked to the wrong spot because it's not being moved. It's not being updated every frame after that one call. So I just can't understand why. So we'll print the swapping wire pin index here. No, that isn't even what we're feeding it, because we're plugging in wire. So when we plug in wire, when we go to socket, wire's there, and then we plug it in, sending the socket along, and whether or not the player is holding the other end of that cable at that moment. Oh, well, I guess that's the thing, is it? Is that the player is. So should this be true? Maybe that should be true. I mean, I think that's working. You can't even see it. Like, it doesn't do anything. Which is weird, because I would have thought... Did that still not work? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's right, because that's more about this. It's more about the fact that when we send true, that's because at that current moment we're holding both ends of the wire. That's what player holding really means. Whereas the kind of plugging in we want to do is just normal plugging in, where we're just plugging in what's in our hands, we're just plugging that in. The wire itself should have the player held side B correct. It should be accurate at that point, what side the player's holding. Because it's accurate for everything. I mean, none of our code would work if we weren't tracking that accurately right now. So strange, isn't it? Could we try doing it the other way around and moving wire to swapping wire immediately? Like, what if we did this? So we store the one that we're going to plug in there, and then it's like that. And then we feed swapping wire in there. And then we set it to null. And then we attach that one back up there. Which means we've passed nothing to it. Oh. Swapping wire equals wire. It should be that way around. It's exactly the same bug. Yeah, it's exactly the same bug. We've just kind of refactored this, but the problem is still there. What governs the position of the wire end when it's socketed? It is this here, set pin. We tell it because we're plugging it in, we're saying which end of the wire are we plugging in? Is it like index 0 or 1? So is it A or B? And then where are we moving that one to? And then set pin is in wire sim. Whatever the pin that we get sent and the position, we just take that whatever pin, whether it's 0 or 1. This is kind of a silly way of doing it. I could make this just more concise, right? This isn't going to solve our problem, but it is just going to save one line of code. Do the to local thing on the position when you set it, maybe. I don't think it's that, because the set pin function works perfectly. And global position is what we want, because we're like transferring positions between objects that don't share the same local position. And like, yeah, all this, you know, this all works perfectly. Set pin is working perfectly when we're moving around. Even when we're moving around, we're using set pin to update the position of the end of the cable. And then when it's locked into something, we're using it too. So all that stuff's right. What's happening, in my opinion, is that we are sending it the wrong pin index. So the pin that is now locked to the player is being fed into here. We're moving that pin to the correct position, but it's immediately being moved back to here because it's supposed to be here, and that's being updated every frame because we're holding it. And the one that we used to be holding has never received a request to move at all, because we've sent that request to the wrong pin, which was then immediately sent back to us. I'm certain that's what it is. What I can't work out is why we're sending the wrong pin index, because to my mind, the wire should know already. Like, it's not even, it doesn't even have anything to do with the get wire pin index that we're using here, because that's the one in the socket. What we're failing to tell it is the pin index. So it's because, is it because the wire? And it only happens when it's the same wire. Because of the player held thing, it's this. It's the fact that the wire is the same wire, and we've just been holding one side of it, but we're updating it here. We're saying, like, soon we're going to be holding the end of the wire that's in the socket. It might be that the wire is still being pinned to the player position, but not being held, then it's not being updated. Right, yes, okay, I see what you're saying. It might be this, because that's happening every frame. It's actually coming back to us. Yeah, we're updating the position every frame, not just when we're moving. As it happens, yeah. So but before we even plug it in, we're holding it in swapping wire. We're not holding it in wire anymore. So as soon as we've done that, we're not updating its position anymore. As of that point there. So Yeah, so what we could do is we could just hardwire a new position update in somewhere. But I think that position update's happening here. I'm sure it's because it's the same wire. So, okay, here it is. Here's something. When we say swapping wire equals wire, yeah, and now wire equals socket plugged in the cases where it's not working, these are one and the same. So all of this code is fucking irrelevant. When it's the same wire, when it's two ends of the same wire, swapping wire and wire are both the same. Well, we make them both the same here, but then we say the one that's in our hands, let's store that in swapping wire. Now, let's say that the one that's in our hands is actually the one that's plugged in. Well, hold on a minute. That is the one that's in our hands anyway. So then when we say, what's the pin index here of the one we're holding? Then that's going to be the end of the wire that we're not currently holding. That's going to be the end of the wire that's inside the socket. So then we say, well, the edge of what we're holding is actually the one that's in the socket. So this should work. And then we unplug it. And then we plug it in. And so the player held should be the right one now because we've taken it from here. What happens when we unplug it? You're calling plugin after swapping the pin in hand. You're plugging it in right away. The socket is still storing which one it has plugged into it though. So we're updating the one that we're holding to the one that's plugged in. And we're saying we're now holding the end of it that is the end that's plugged in to the socket. Then we're unplugging what's plugged in so that we can plug in our new one. Well, sorry, we can plug in our old one, which we've stored for safekeeping there. But it's got the new, so this is the problem. This should be after that. It's the same wire, yeah. I think this is it. I think that will do it. Yeah. There we go. That was just the order. And then we can test this, I suppose. We get another cable and just check this. The swapping here still works. Yeah. Yeah, it's working now. It was just the order. Simple things, hey. Cool. Good. Right, well. Those are all the basic functions of the wires done. Isn't it? That's it. That's everything done. On wires, I think. Like this whole logic tree is done. And I suppose what we could do then we'll do all that. else pass. And then wire debug mode doesn't exist yet. I'll set that to true. It's now on the player. Wire debug mode's on, which means we can make wires. If it was off, then interacting with a socket that's empty when we're not holding a wire does nothing. Apart from water interaction and splitting charge across wires, yes, true. Water interaction is a thing. But I consider that to be part of my water section, not my wire section. Let's go back to here. Green. Green. Yes. Rewrite from scratch, yeah. How about new? What I will do though is just take a short break. I'll be back in 2 minutes tops. Yeah. See you in a moment. Okay, we are back, baby. So we're onto the wrench tool. But I kind of feel like we just get onto the meat and potatoes. I did name the stream something along those lines, didn't I? Do electricity and water mix. So why don't we find out? So I guess the first thing to do is to create a testing environment, which we don't really have here at the moment. So we'll do that. If I take this socket, oh yeah, look, plugged in, you can also attach this. Okay, this is actually something that I was thinking of. We need a way of making the wires in the world, right? There needs to be a way of them being initialized. So like if I turn player wire debug mode off like this, which honestly should be the default. We need a way of getting the wires into the level, right? And seeing them. So, and I want to be able to have wires kind of plugged in by default. So let's just quickly do that. What we want to do is we want to be able to add a wire to this scene, which is up there. We want to be able to put it somewhere in the scene, and we want to say that like it's plugged into this socket here. So plugged in takes a wire like that. If I press play now, it's just all there, and I can grab one end of it, but it's all just fucking broken and not really working, because I think because both ends were plugged in, it doesn't really know what it's doing. We don't have like an initialization process for wires that haven't been spawned by the player. So it's actually, let's add it to the Miro. Oh, let's not. Let's just do it. But I think this shouldn't be too difficult. It's probably just a case of adding stuff to where the wire has a start function, doesn't it? Or the wire sim has a start function. This is when we unfreeze everything. That's so silly. If plugged in does not equal null, that's easier to read. And it's white, otherwise it's black. But if plugged in doesn't equal null when you're ready, then I think we just want to plug it in. This. And that should do it. Over player holding is not declared in the current scope. But that would be false. Well, this is a little bit tricky. We just need to go through this process. So when the player makes a new cable, this is all the stuff that needs to happen. So it's already in the scene, so that doesn't need to happen. We can position it so that it doesn't need to be repositioned. Non-existent function starting base nil. Okay, so the problem is that the wire isn't ready yet. We're doing this too soon. If child is in group socket, let's have like a start function on sockets as well. Let's take our socket and add it to a group called socket, which is global, which is okay, which is there. It's a member of that group now. And so then same way we kind of initialize the doors, we initialize the socket. The socket has a function just like the wire does, or the wire sim does rather, called start. And we put this stuff in there. So that happens when the whole scene is loaded. Now it will be crashing. Oh, it might, actually, to be fair, yeah, we might not need to do this, but we just have to say if plugged in is not equal to null. Oh, we were doing that before when the code was up here. Yeah, so I think we need to do this for the sake of the other socket that's in the scene that isn't plugged into something to start. That's pretty good. That's a pretty amazing start. This guy's locked, unfortunately. So that's what we need to do. We need to plug in one side of the wire and then detach the other side. We plug it in and then we detach pin 1. I think we by default will be plugging in pin 0. Perfect. And now it's like it's fully initialized and ready to go. So that's it. So all we need to do now when we want to add wires to the scene is have the wire exist, have the socket, have that wire set in its plugged in thing, and then go. No, they both are. And I guess we can control like sort of which direction it's laid in by like moving these to different places. Because that's where the end is going to drop and the other one's going to get moved. So that's fine. That all works. We can, let's just delete that, which probably means that socket 2 is confused. No, it's just empty. That's okay. Although we actually probably don't want to delete it because we do want 2 wires for the situation I'm about to build. So what if the wire isn't connected to anything? And we just want it on the floor, not plugged into a socket. Which I actually think is kind of like fair enough. Why doesn't the wire then have a export variable for that? Start unplugged. Set to true. By default. And if it's set to starting unplugged, then when it's ready, it should just like spread out a bit. So like both pins should be detached. And because if we just do that, while one wants to start unplugged, that one should be fine like that. And then, it still didn't do it. Oh, wait. If start unplugged is true, then do those things. But it didn't work, so I mean it's not going to work now, is it? It's just like completely dead. Like it's not been initialized at all. It's because wiresim start has never been called. Still not working? Really weird. So what else are we doing in this process? We don't need to print Yo and Yo2 anymore. God, I wonder why. Okay, that just falls over there a bit, but that's a bit nicer for me. Why doesn't this just flop to the floor? Right, well, let's follow what the socket's doing to it then. So when start gets called, we start the simulation. And then we detach that. We plug in the one pin and we detach the other. Because by default the pins are connected, so we detach both pins. And they should be interactable. Is this happening? It should be. Oh, wait, maybe it's... No, it should be. It's not. Oh, I'm an idiot. There we go. Now, yeah, they're not interactable because they started inside my area, but that's fine. But they do just work just fine. Hey! Okay, this is what you wanted to see, Pete. Oi. So I think we can make it more like elastic and tense and stuff. There's various physics options for these joints. Okay, let's try and do the most savage thing we can to it. Yeah, look, now we've got like half of it on the other. Oh, there we go, and then it phased through. That's what Stefano was talking about as well, isn't it? This is the first time we've been set free with a cable outside of that door. Nice. I think it's a very realistic simulation. It's trying. He's trying. Okay. Oh, I can't believe I just missed that underscore on the ready function. That is a schoolboy error. I want to do something though. I want to just push both ends of the cable out a little bit. Now, They're rigid bodies. So I think, isn't there a way of giving a rigid body just like a little, like applying an impulse? Isn't that what you call it? Apply impulse. Position is the offset from the body origin in global coordinates. Okay, so the position could just be 0, 0. By default it is. So I think we just need to put the vector we want it to go in. So we just come in here. In the start here we go ysim dot pin A dot apply impulse vector to right, and for pin B we'll push it left, and that'll just spread it out a bit, I hope. Okay, a very small impulse there, so like times 5 or something. That seemed to work even less. Did I get apply impulse right? Apply impulse there. Does it need some offset? Tails, how are you? Long time, you alright? I mean, if it's times 50, that's just proving that this isn't working. Okay, no, that did seem to work. What if it's like 5,000? I want to see it really like go flying. Yeah. Okay, so this is working. So we just need to find the right number. I guess 100. Okay. 300. It's not bad. 600. That looks alright. $500 maybe. How high off the ground is it now? It's about there. Yeah, I think that's probably alright. Welcome back. Listless, how are you? Yes, Tails, long time no see indeed. I'm back on YouTube now. I worked out how to just stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So I figure there's no harm in just doing both. So I'm doing both. I think this is good enough for now. Like they spread out, you know, it's good enough for now. So we have ways of making wires just start in the world, which is cool. 2 wires, I know. We've just been working listless on removing the player's ability to just spawn in wires indefinitely. Now, yeah, see this is really awkward though. Like we can't. I have to pull all this over here. Now I'm turning off that button instead of dropping the thing on the floor. Then I can't drop this because that one's there to interact with. We need a way of selecting what we want to do. It's kind of just awkward to work with. Could give myself a larger test stream, that's true, but there might be parts of the game where we want smaller spaces, you know? Anyway, it's fun trying to break the cable, because we can break them quite easily. It's not, doesn't like it. Yeah. So when we look at the wire segments and the joints here, the joints have bias. The bias controls how fast the joint pulls them back to their original position. The lower bias, the more the two bodies can pull on the joint. When set to 0, default value. Physics 2D solver. Default constraint bias. Default constraint bias, which is 0.2. The closer to 0 it is, the more powerful they are. So what if we set this to like 10? How does that change how... It's okay, it's gone to 0.9. I guess 1 is still too high. So 0.9 is the maximum, okay. So, like, it resolves itself quicker, but it glitches out harder in the meantime. I don't really know. So they definitely pull harder. What's the softness do on the joint? So what if this was like set to its max? 16. Oh yeah, I can see they're just spaced between them already. So it's like really elastic. So it still fucks about. Yeah, I think softness being 0 is the best. But we need like a way of telling when it's under tension. That's because being the segments straight, there's no horizontal or upwards pull when you go down the other end of the wall. Yeah. A larger pill-shaped collision box. Yeah, what would be... What would I do with that? Right. Please, please, please cable and power the door by default so you don't need to do the puzzle every time you test the scene. I know. Yeah, that's true. It's just, it's kind of fun just playing with what I've made as well. So I don't really mind like messing around and just getting a feel for how things move around. But I will do that. I'm about to redraw this scene anyway. I would like to we need like I wonder if the joint has something nice, like some other functions that we can't see properties for here. At the moment, I put the bias. I'm going to keep the bias back to default. So they just behave like they always did. But what I want to do is I want to look at the documentation of a joint. And it inherits joint 2D pin joint. So there's also stuff that might just be in the joint 2D class as well. So we can check that out shortly. So yes, it doesn't look like there's any methods there. Get RID, disable collision, no A, no B. It's not looking good, is it? Yeah, no, that's not what we want. No, we don't want to have limits on the rotation. I mean, one way I can think of doing it is to just have every segment test its distance from its neighbors. And if any one of them is too far from its neighbor, it just goes, yo, man, I'm under too much pressure here. I'm too far away from my guy. And then you just drop it. I was initially thinking you could do it just from pin A to pin B, but you can't because, like, if I'm gonna have to do the puzzle again. It's actually a bit of a puzzle working out how to connect them without I can't do it. Oh no, that's the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, look, like if we just check the distance from the top to the bottom, wow, that got really bad really quick. From one end to the other end, it doesn't work. I can stretch the cable that doubles down on itself. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So like this, for example, if we're just checking the distance from here to here the whole time, then when I do something like this, it's going to think they're close enough that the cable's fine, but because of the distance it's traveling around an object, it's totally not fine. And I can, like, you know, really make that extreme. But if every individual segment is testing its distance from its neighbors to make sure that it's happy with that, then that's fine. Now, whether these are being simulated or not, they are always connected. So I think it's a script that needs to go on here. Yeah, you need to get the max distance between two connected segments. Yeah. Yeah. So. The other thing is that the pin A. Actually, maybe it should just be done inside the wiresim then, because I can actually look. I can look at the distance between pin A and that one, and then that one and that one, and then that one and that one, that one and that one, that one. Because it's not, if we put a script onto the wire segment to check both sides, that would work, but we'd be doing twice as many checks as we need to, in most cases, just to get the two edges. But if we just, so what we'll do is we will, I guess the wiresim needs to have a physics process going. I don't think we're going to use delta. And I guess we need all of those guys in there like that now. I kind of need to tidy up these, but whatever, it's fine. So now we have references to all of those dudes. Is distance 2 a thing? I think it is on a vector too. But it's a vector 2 situation. So if pin A dot position, global position, distance 2, pin A and the distance between pin A and wire segment needs to be like 0 or near to 0. Okay, if we look at a segment is from there, or in fact it's probably easier to look here, it's from that point to that point, which is from 0 to 16. They're 16 units long each segment. So how much flex do we want to give it? Not very much at all. Get all children nodes of type segment. Yeah. I could get an array of them. But yeah, the thing is I need to check, I also need to check them against the two edge pins. Let's call this flex, and we'll call it, we'll just do 2 units for now. So if the distance to that is like greater than flex, then, you know, then do your thing. And also if I guess they can all be elifs, because in any given frame it only matters if one of these things happens. We're still going to get the same outcome. So if that's greater than flex, or if wire segment 2, no, if wire segment to wire segment 2 is greater than 16 plus flex, and that's what the rest of them are going to be. We'll just check this works, and then I might turn it into a loop later to make it tidier. Then I'll have to do it. Yeah, you're right. If I want to change this in the future, I'll have to do it over and over and over again, right? That is true. So if we just say segments, and then we do that. In fact, it's just all its children, right? So why don't we just say get children, which I think just returns an array. All children of this node inside an array. Okay. In fact, let's put this in a ready function instead, actually. That's a good point. Let's print it first to see. I think they are in the order that they are here. But I want to probably remove the first two because I don't want pin A or pin B in there. I just want these guys, I think. Pin A, then pin B, then wire segment 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. And then it's printed it again for the second cable. Yeah, so they are in that order. So if pin B was down here, it still doesn't quite work because the distance between pin A and wire segment was just like a special case, isn't it? So let's make this variable in here instead. And then mess with it. Oh yeah, no, hold on, actually, we don't need to do that at all. I think we can just leave that just exactly as it was. We can get rid of this entirely. And then for seg in segments, the other option would be to traverse the links in a while loop. Yeah, the complication, that's kind of what I'm thinking, that although the complication is just that pin A doesn't have any length and neither does pin B. It's fine because, alright, yeah, save Pete, catch you in a bit, peace out. Wire segment 10, the last wire segment, has its origin at the top. Like all the segments have their origin at the top and then they go down. So the thing about the first one and its relationship to pin A is that the distance between those two should be 0, ideally. Whereas the distance between all the rest should be 16. So it's just like there's one exception, which is the very first check we do. Pin A is the start of the cable, yeah, that's right. So I think what we want to do is we just want to say if seg.globalPosition distance 2 What's the nearest end of the first segment? Well, just wire segment. But we don't have a way of keeping track of, unless I add a new node to wire segment that has the end of the segment. Actually, that might be a way to do it. Because all the segments could have a little node as their child. They're just marking the spot that we're testing against. And then I can give pin A that same spot. But the other exception is you don't want to do it at the you don't want to do it at the end or at the beginning. There's like, the loop still doesn't quite work. Two vertices, otherwise you need to calculate the rotation. Yeah, exactly. So if all the segments had a node that we just call seg end, and the seg end goes, oh I see, down at 16 there. Is that like bang in line with 16? And then that's 17.5. Yeah, that is 16 there. Okay, so that's the spot. If all the segments have that seg end there, and then pin A can also have a seg end node, which is just in its origin, then that works. Then we just look for the seg end of the dude behind it. So we'd say in fact, let's make this just be numbers, because then that's easier, I think, if I just do size there. Size. And then we can say if seg index is 0, then pass. So we don't do it at the very beginning, because we don't want to check pin A backwards. But then we say, then we pass else if in fact we can just use I, right, and just keep everything nice and small here. If your root position, and if the distance to I minus 1 dot segend global position, seg and is greater than flex, then, you know, ouch or whatever. get dropped. I guess get dropped. I mean, the player has drop wire. So that's it. We just need to go all the way up the chain, find the player, and drop the wire. Get wrecked, son. Yeah, exactly. I can close some of these documentation files here. Is this. We just want to get back to the player. Which is, I don't know if there's a way of, I don't think the wire knows who or where the player is. I mean, all we have to do is actually get the player to appreciate that it's not got a wire anymore. It's just that. Because we can do this from inside the wire. But it's tidier if we can just somehow call this. I mean, at the moment, it's just siblings, but that might not be the case forever. Should we just print something for now to test that this much works? Oh yeah, was it print? Get wrecked, son. Okay, let's see if we can get wrecked. Oh. Base object of type rigid body wire pin. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, syntax isn't right because it's... Because it's not a variable, so we can't just call that like that. We have to like say get child. Is get child where we get to specify the name? Index. Is get node the one where we get to specify the name of the node? A path. I understand. Okay. So they all just have it as a direct child. No, they don't. Oh, no, that's so annoying. They're in different fucking places. If I call that segment and call that segend there, just check that pin A still has everything just in the middle there. Then we want to say, Rob, how you doing? How is it going? Set a property of the wire. Yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, how are you, Rob? You alright, mate? What's good? So here we have to say previous seg position. Let's just put this into its own line of code here. Okay, that's easier to read now. I want to say get node segment / segend, like that. Oh, but they're in. He wants it as a string, and that seems accurate. That seems like that'll be right. So let's see if we can print get rect sun now. Just constantly. They're just constantly. They hate it. They fucking hate it. Okay, what about if it was like? What about it was like 8? Something isn't working. It's not working, is it? Good question. Why are these numbers so huge? They're consistent, but they're just like clearly the wrong numbers. I mean, I think. Let's look at distance 2 again. When it relates to a vector 2. Returns the distance between this vector and 2. I mean, the units are the units. I know what these units are. Numbers between 20 and 60 make no sense. That's way too long. That's way too far. I don't think it's the limit rate to pixels at all. I'm certain. I'm just certain that the units are. I'm certain they are. They're these units here. Or, you know, here. This is 16. From here to here is 16 units. So from there to there. You can see the numbers here. That's 0, and that's just above 15 now. So 16. Well, we're not cutting it off yet anyway. All we're doing is printing things. So if I set flex to 100. And then print like something like yo, print something like yo. When that happens, then it's like working. So we got to like 100 there. We're getting yo's from this. Doesn't seem to make any sense. We're measuring distance from the end of the cable. Yeah, we're saying if the segment that we're testing is global position, the distance between that and the previous segment's seg end, these should be 0. Like, I would expect to see, if we just printed this the whole time, this distance, it being 0, unless you can see that they're not touching anymore, or near 0, maybe like between 0 and like, I don't know, I was thinking like 3 or 4, you know, tops. It just doesn't make sense. We printed the order before though, didn't we? So if we print and then print that, and then lastly print the distance, and then we'll make flex back down to like 0, so it's going to just happen the whole time, and then we'll just run the game for like a second and see what happens. Okay. Print less text. Yeah, we've printed. Wire segment and pin A, 17. Then we compare 3 and 2. Then 5 and 4. 7 and 6. 9 and 8. Make this easier to do, I'm also going to delete one of these cables, that one, so we only have one of them printing things. Bring up to ask the segment who's next in line is, yeah. Yes, no, that struck me, but that's why I just wanted to see what's going on here. So the distance between wire segment and pin A is 17, but look, these ones are expected. Between 3 and 2, that looks normal. Between 4 and 5 and 4, that looks normal. All these look what I would expect. And then pin B in 10, and then... This looks more real now. Wire in pin A, wire in 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 4 and 5, 5 and 6, 6 and 7, 7 and 8, 8 and 9, 9 and 10, 10 and pin B. So just right at the very beginning, it does this kind of weird half-baked one. Some of these are showing some huge numbers though by the end. Once the cable's actually been given a chance to spread out. Yeah, they're showing inexplicably large numbers. But they are making the correct comparisons. For some reason when it first starts it misses a couple, it looks like on its first round, but it gets to it. Big numbers. These numbers are too big. There's extra vertex you added movement of the cable. I don't know what extra vertex you mean. These numbers are just too big. It looks like we're comparing the right nodes, but we're comparing the wrong things about them, maybe? Very confused at this point. I mean, to be fair, I have been now doing this for 4 solid hours. So I should probably take a break. We've made a lot of progress here. Break time. Yeah, I think so. Some parts aren't moving with the cable. Yes. Well, the seg end is a child of the segment, so it is moving with the cable. The pin A is also moving around. We're measuring distances to spawn. Yeah. You're right, innit? Let's print the global positions that we are comparing and see what they look like. So a difference of 16 between wire segment and pin A in the x-axis doesn't make much sense, and then 8 in the y-axis. You'd think at the very beginning they would just be right on top of each other. The list of segments is just a list of children, and this is on WireSim, and there's all its children. So we get the pin A, which we pass. Then get the previous segment's position, which is that segment. Get node, that guy, which for all of these, that is the thing. It's in segment node, and for this guy, it's in segment segend, whatever, not seg node, segend. Ah, yes. We need to be getting the position of that. Yeah, that's it. Because these guys aren't moving, it's this thing that's moving. And actually that thing doesn't even, that's right in the middle. So if we gave them a node 2D here called seg start, and then that one should be up there. Then in the same way that joint A has those, pin B needs to have a seg start piece. Doesn't look like it's working. Oh no, it's because I'm just printing the old version. I'm doing a new test, but I'm printing the old version. Let's just print yo, because I'm certain this is it now. And the flex is set to, let's set that back to 2, which is what I wanted it to be. There's a few yos there because 2 is a small amount. It needs to be a bit more flexible than that. What about 8? You know what I need? We just tick that the door is powered. I think it just starts open. Oh no, it immediately must have updated from its own switch. That's quite funny. I wonder if I put the receive node of socket 2 into the send node of that socket, if that just will open the door as soon as I turn. As soon as I, yeah, there we go, okay. I don't need the cable at all, do I? There we go. God. What would be more helpful is to print that distance. Okay, so I think like let's try a flex of 16 then. I've kind of broken everything because of the way I've set this up in a bit of a silly way. Oh yeah, I've fully broken it. But that's because I've set this up, like it shouldn't be done like this. What we should do is have the socket targeting nothing, and have this socket targeting nothing, and then have the switch targeting the doors received node directly, like that. So then the sockets aren't actually involved, which means I should be able to just turn that on, open the door, and the sockets have nothing to do with it. So I think if that's like 20, I think that's quite acceptable. So why don't we go up to 32? I wonder why I can't pick that up now. What bug have I created there? Oh, I think it's because this socket isn't set up properly because it has no... So what we could do is we could... Because a socket should either be receiving something or it should be sending something. And if it's doing neither, then it's a bit fucked. So... if I just put the receive node of socket 2 into there, then at least it's perfectly set up. We shouldn't have it. We shouldn't have like misbehaving anymore because things are like actually set up the way they should be. Yeah, those are swapping. That's good. Drop that there. I can pick that one up and off we go. So I would have dropped it there. That feels like that would be acceptable. Would have dropped it there and there. How about moving the wire outside? Yeah, I mean, I could make my life a lot easier for myself. Anyway, I'm going to take a break now. That's 4 hours. We kind of got to the bottom of that loosely, but I still need to make him drop it. Or maybe I'll just quickly do that, so whenever it's over 32 he drops it, just so we've at least got something in place. And we can kind of call it finished. So we just need to tell the player what's happened. And basically we just need to call that. We just need to it would be something like, the problem is that YSIM doesn't know who the player is yet. But to hack it in, it would be get parent. So the parent of YSIM is the wire, the parent of the wire is the world, and then get node player drop wire. No, it doesn't like that. Oh. Okay, that wire I can't ever pick back up again because I can't pick them up while I'm on ladders and things yet. Safety. I'm actually literally just about to stop. Kind of melting my brain, but we do have a successful dropping the cable when it gets too stretched mechanic now. I actually made it so that the door doesn't need the cable in anymore. It just goes straight from the... There we go. It still can get stuck on things, but we can't hold on to it while it's getting stuck on things anymore. See, like that. So there was no wire. He tried to drop a wire before he had a wire. I guess what yeah, the wire must be stressing out. Of course, the wire is doing this regardless of whether it's being held by the player or not. I do need a brain break. Let me just add this one thing, because this is an obvious bug, right? And also this is hacked in to fuck. That's bad. This is bad. We need a proper reference to the player so that when we change our... if we do change the hierarchy of the tree or whatever, then it's fine. But for now it's cool. But it should only do drop wire if the player's holding a wire. So let me just say it didn't select and so if the distance is greater than the allowed flex and the player is holding a wire, then the player should drop it. So that should be avoiding that error now. Yeah, you dropped it. Too much. He dropped it again. Didn't that time. Dropped it there. It's preventing quite a few of the glitches. It's not preventing them all, but it's not bad. The problem is, I need to add in the ability to pick up cable ends when you're like climbing and stuff, because now there's no way of picking these up because I can't be in idle state while I'm in range of them. So that's quite funny. See if I can get my throw. Yeah, oh, so close. All right, cool. Well, we'll leave it there. That's some good fun progress, though, and a good 4-hour stream. Got a new follower, big in the game. Thanks everyone for watching. What day is it today? Wednesday. I'm not out this evening, so I might stream a bit more this evening. We'll see. We'll see if I feel up to it. I'm certainly going to work on it a bit more this evening, but maybe I'll stream a bit more as well. So yeah, happy Wednesday. Big up yourselves. Be excellent to each other. And I'll see you soon. Peace.